can. Okay, I'll endeavour not to yawn.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Double 9. Finds it. First dart. Perfect second dart.
Series 6 Modus Super Series champion!
Double 8 for the Wizard. How about that? Now needs tops for a 4-3 win for Yozza. And that is a phenomenal way to wrap up a 4-2 win. Jamie Hughes.
Scott Taylor!
Hello everyone, welcome along to Group B's second day. And over the next few hours, we will find out who will be joining Group A winner Stephen Johnston, Tom Cromwell and Bradley Roos from Group C, who will join them on finals night. Matthew Edgar alongside me, as he has been through the 3 sessions out of this 4 so far. We were spoilt in Group C. I don't think we were expecting such an exciting climax.
No, I think we was looking at Group B today as being the one that's got the drama, certainly in regards to the overnight table. And we thought that Group C was going to be pretty much done and dusted quite early, especially when Lloyd Walker went and won his first couple of matches. Opened up a 6-point gap. We never really see those sort of Leeds turned around here at the Super Series, but it needed a lot of results to go against Lloyd, and it did. He ended up being in 4th position.
Yeah, that is pretty devastating for Lloyd Walker, who performed a lot better than that table suggests. And Bradley Roos makes it through by legs 1. Incredible.
That's how tight it became in the end, wasn't it? A thought as well to Jack Tweddle, who I did manage to catch on the way out, and he was absolutely heartbroken. He was disappointed, but the damage was sort of done really for him on day 1. Bradley Roos absolutely delighted to pull his way through that. He thought he was done. He thought he was out when he lost his opening game to Jack Tweddle. And those scenes just really speak volumes for what it meant to Bradley Roos. He's now got a chance. It doesn't matter how you get there. You just get yourself there. And now he's in the final 6. He's got to be a player, and he's going to fancy his chances tomorrow, because in his mind, he's already gone.
Former weekly winner, of course. He certainly means business. And Group B, which looked ever so competitive coming into last night, but Scott Taylor has just been imperious form. He's made it look easy.
He did. He was so good last night with Scott Taylor, and he'll know that the job's virtually done now. 1 win will guarantee his position, and the way he played, you wouldn't put it past him going and doing what not many people have done, which is the double card, the full quota of wins. And he was the most consistent. The scoring power was exceptional. We looked at records last night a few times. Those 140s was under threat. And if he gets that going again tonight, I can't see him being pulled back.
Yeah, mightily impressive on the power scoring. Aside from Taylor, though, they were stacking up in behind. However, a few wins late in the day from Mike Warburton has put him in pole position to join Taylor.
That
Solid, wasn't he?
chance.
Mike Warburton.
And
Didn't do
Warburton
anything
now.
spectacular. He did what he needed to do. He took the chances when they was presented. And that's what the rest of the pack didn't do. Everyone was missing opportunities last night. I think there was a little bit too much respect down there. When we look at the group, we went, that's mightily competitive. When we spoke to Scott Taylor last night, he said the same. When we spoke to people this morning coming in, they were all sort of looking around the room. And tonight, there's not that time. You can't look around the room and respect the others. You've got to get on with the job. And I think we go up a level tonight. I think it goes up a level. The drama's going to go up. The games are going to be tight. And I think it's going to be reflected in the table at the end.
Well, if we do go up a level this evening, we certainly are in for a real treat. Here's a look at the Group B table. Scott Taylor, a perfect 4 out of 4. And we just see there Mike Warburton, as mentioned, just off the pace. And then Colin Osborne, Lewis Gurney and Jamie Hughes all on 2 points. And one of those players will be here tomorrow night on finals night. Now, taking a look at the betting, and Scott Taylor, the 2-5 favourite. Mark Warburton, 9-4. But outside of that, it really is all to play for that third qualifying spot. But is there a bit of value lurking in those odds?
Yeah, in Scott Taylor at 2-5. I think there is value. You know, just because it's really short doesn't mean to say it doesn't represent value. On the evidence of what we've seen last night, if he repeats that, he will make that 2-5 look good. But for the rest of them, you know, you look at third position, -4 legs, 2 points, and still in a qualifying place. Just shows how tight this group is, which again goes to show the levels which Scott Taylor found. That was so much better.
Please do gamble responsibly, as always. Now, Colin Osborne against Mike Warburton will be the opening match of the night. And earlier on this evening, I caught up with Warby. Delighted to be joined now by the second place, at the moment at least, Mike Warburton in Group B. Mike, great to see you. How would you sum up your performance on day one?
Solid, basically. Finished well. Not my A game, but plenty more in the tank. But still a job to do, but happy.
Coming into this group, it was highly competitive. A lot of big name players within that group. Was that something you were really looking forward to?
I always relish when I step into the room and it's a room full of basically Modus legends in there, like, and I relish it, to be honest. I was looking forward to it. I was relaxed, finished well, like I say. I think I probably should have took Scott to a last leg decider, and I would have had the darts. I missed 2 darts at tops, but I'm happy with 3 wins, and yeah, put myself in a good position. Hopefully, I can get a couple of wins on the board early doors, and I'm done then tonight.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of wins late last night that were really pivotal to put you in a great position coming into tonight. What would it mean to you to get to a finals night?
I've got a pretty good record getting to Saturday nights, and once I'm there, I enjoy it in front of the crowd. So, I lost 3 finals in a row, I think. I know, and all 4-3. So normally, when it comes to Saturday, it's anyone's game, isn't it? Whoever turns up on the night, and normally I turn up.
Well, you're here tonight, and we wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Here we go then. Who will join Stephen Johnston, Tom Cromwell, and Bradley Roos tomorrow in finals night? Mike Warburton, a heavy favourite to do so, but Colin Osborne will draw on all of his experience to try and get there as well. Still only 49 years of age. Mike Warburton from the Hollywood of the Northwest, Wrexham. Jack Garwood there, our referee, as he has been throughout the past 2 days. Staring out the board. I know you can hear me, Jack.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Here we go then.
Game on.
Colin Osborne, Mike Warburton, Group B. And this is a group, Matthew Edgar, that a lot of people would have been looking forward to.
Absolutely. I think Mike Warburton summed it up good there when he was speaking about it being full of Modus Super Series legends. Players like Colin Osborne, who has been very successful here at the Live Lounge. And Mike Warburton has got to put himself amongst those players who have found a lot of success here in Portsmouth. Did lose his opening game yesterday before going on a hat-trick of victories, and just like a dart player normally does, wants to focus on the one of which he didn't win and suggests that maybe it should have gone a little bit closer. Maybe could have won that game. But one of the interesting stats for me in regards to Mike Warburton yesterday was he didn't really have any of those big power plays. Highest average was 90. No 180s. No tumpless checkouts. It just goes to show that it's not all about the big flashy moments. It goes to that C word we keep talking about, consistency.
Yeah, once that opening game of his was out of the way, he was certainly consistent. But he played a few games late in the day last night, and the victories he picked up there was the real difference
100.
in putting some breathing space between himself and the chasing pack. This was the final game of last night's session, resulting in a 4-1 win for Warburton.
And
with Osborne first down to a finish, Warburton will be looking to apply some early pressure to the Wizard. He's contemplating his options.
105.
Utilising the 25 there, leaving a 2-dart out. But Osborne returns for 87. And that is the perfect first dart. And the second wasn't too shabby either.
If you're going to beat Mike Warburton, that's how you've got to do it. Don't give him opportunities, which sounds the most obvious advice in the world. However, the reason I make that suggestion is down to the checkout percentage yesterday of Mike Warburton. Absolute elite, world-class level finishing. It took him just 21 darts to convert his 10 winning legs, which in terms of a percentage is 47.62. Now, to add a little bit of context to that in regards to what that represents, when we take a look at the checkout percentages of the elite players in the world, the best checkout rate of anybody right now is Damon Heta. And he checks out at 44%. Just to show you
81.
how quality Mike Warburton's finishing was last night.
We mentioned last night he's won a couple of those massive field opens. In 2018, winning the Welsh Open, and
134.
following year the Irish Open. When you're facing that many games in a day, it is top quality finishing that's going to take you all the way.
60.
Osborne, though, with a decorated career himself,
108.
as he finds the first maximum of the evening session.
In a stage of his career where he's just really enjoying the game, isn't he? Colin Osborne still has that burning desire for wins.
100.
Still has that burning
Colin, you
desire to
require
add to the CV.
127.
But very, very dangerous when he's just enjoying the game, embracing the battle.
Now then, he's weighing it up here. He doesn't have to go for it,
87.
and he doesn't. He's managing the board well there, with Warby back on 200. Osborne will return with 3 darts in his hand for tops.
$100. Colin, you require 40.
So, to double his lead. That was a bit of a flyer. Overcompensated, double 10.
20. Mike,
And
you
that
require
just allows
100.
Mike Warburton back in here. Eyeing double.
60. Colin, you require
But Osborne's
20.
back now for 2 10s.
Game shot on the
There we
second
have it.
leg. Colin Osborne.
Colin Osborne racing into an early 2-leg lead here.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Guys, can anyone see if the side angle is Colin Osborne using adagrams, or is that just a thing on his barrel at the back?
And here he is straight away again, Osborne.
140.
This is good stuff.
Is it an adagram, or is it just part of his barrel?
60.
Could you just give us a shot then on the sides? It looks to
85.
me like Colin Osborne here is using an adagram, which is a little bit of a adaptation that you screw in just before you put the stem into the barrel. It just extends the barrel,
97.
makes it a bit longer, and does what it says on the tin. It adds a gram. Adagrams. See on the back here, it's a little bit of a gold band. And that would be why the dart's just flattening off a little bit as well, just offering a little bit
85.
more weight on the back of the barrel and a little bit more length.
Eagle-eyed Edgar. And what would be the benefit of that adagram?
140.
It's purely to change the balance of the dart. So you see Colin Osborne, where he's gripping the dart, not in the sort of traditional place, it's sort of middle to front of the barrel, and he's using a pear-shaped flight, which would also suggest he wants the dart just to flatten out a little bit.
45.
So that little bit of extra length, plus the extra gram on the back, will just move the balance point. Help complement his throw.
Well, early signs suggest
100. Colin, you require 146.
that it's becoming highly beneficial so far. Osborne eyeing off a 146, and he has been displaying some brute force when it comes to 3-dart checkouts so far this week. But Mike Warburton will be back for a 104
Mike, you
in
require
a bid to
104.
really get back in this game.
This was his strength last night. And if the scoring power's not quite there to rival that of Colin Osborne right now, it had to be a strength again, and it's not going to be. Colin Osborne, a chance to
48.
put himself
Colin, you
a leg
require
away from the
48.
win and kickstart Mike Warburton's day exactly the same it did yesterday. Although it was a 4-2 defeat to Scott Taylor.
Yeah, it's in the double, Colin. And that's a bit of a blocker, isn't it?
Just a little shuffle to the left will open that up nicely.
Game shot on the
You
third
called it.
leg. Colin Osborne.
Dealt with to perfection by Colin Osborne.
Fourth leg. It's Mike to the
And we were
first.
talking to Wes Newton
Game on.
this morning on a Tungsten Talk that will be coming soon to Pluto TV. And Wes was saying about just wanting that one last dance, one last hurrah.
140.
Will Colin Osborne be thinking similar, do you think?
I think he will, yeah. He's been very close, hasn't he, to big success here at the Super Series. We know he's picked up a weekly title. Will no doubt want to pick up a series.
100.
And we have seen him attending Q School, attending Challenge Tour events. His hope will be to get some Pro Tour call-ups ashore, get some more experiences of the big time.
60.
And you never know. He's averaging 94 here. That is more than enough to compete on the Pro Tour. All of my studies and research suggest to be in the top 64, to be a professional
60.
player, you need to be averaging 91. Osborne in excess of that here. It's just about, can he now sustain that? Can he do that on a regular basis?
100.
And an opening win here for Osborne would go a long way to potentially sealing at least third spot in this group, which is good enough for a place in
95.
finals night. Tickets still available at dartshop.tv, where you can join us here in Portsmouth at the Modus Live Lounge tomorrow.
$100. $140. Mike, you require 101.
Lift and tuck then in this fourth leg. Warburton needs to find something here. He will go to the lower part of the board.
69.
And he has
Colin, you require
left it sweet with
106.
32, but Colin Osborne, no stranger to a ton plus checkout this week, is 106 points away from an opening victory. Won't go this time.
We're going to get a chance at last to
58.
check out the finishing
Mike,
of
you
Mike
require
Warburton tonight.
32.
Yeah, to get a double in this game.
That's a nice guide.
16.
Well,
Colin, you require
what does that tell
48.
you? And Colin Osborne now needs tops for a 4-0
shot on the
win.
match.
And tops
Colin
he
Osborne.
gets. A pump of the fist sees the Wizard seal an early win, which brings him right back into contention for qualification from a highly competitive Group B. That's a fantastic start from the Wizard. 92.5 average there. with 50% on the doubles as well. That's a real positive start. Up next, we have the group leader, Scott Taylor.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live and free on Pluto TV. Enter the group leader, Scott Taylor, who is a perfect 4 out of 4 last night. He takes on Yozza, Jamie Hughes, the man from Tipton in the West Midlands, who, after coming so close to winning Group A, currently finds himself at the bottom of Group B.
And interestingly, opting for a bit of a kit change tonight. Yesterday he was wearing a shirt that had his nickname Yozza on it about 50 times. Tonight just going for a very plain collared shirt. And that can actually have a bearing. It's not just something I'm picking out of the blue for no reason. There was a lot of times when out and about on the various tours and systems when people didn't feel good, they didn't want to wear the match shirt. Part of it was superstition. And I also used to hear a phrase, you don't advertise your name when you don't
First
think you're going to
leg,
play
it's
well.
Scott to throw first. Game
I
on.
don't know if Jamie Hughes subscribes to that school of thinking, but an interesting change here for night number 2.
85.
It could just be his wash cycle.
Yeah, absolutely. He might just have saved a different shirt for Saturday night. Absolutely.
Once again, we will endeavour to find out.
140.
I do like a conspiracy theory, though. And granted, this is a rumour that I'm starting as well,
140.
which doesn't always work the same way.
But Jamie Hughes does need a strong start here.
97.
On paper, at least, he's getting the hardest game of the night out of the way first. But coming into
93.
tonight's session, that third place spot was there for the taking. And Hughes won't mind how he gets it done. He just wants to make finals night here tomorrow.
100.
It's been a good leg of scoring here from Jamie Hughes, but we still get that phantom throw at the end.
159. Jamie, you require
Normally do that when you're feeling a
164.
little bit tight.
Now that looks inviting. Now then, what a way this would be to start
shot of the
affairs.
first leg.
That
Jamie
is
Hughes.
absolutely exceptional from Yozza.
Second leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
And Jamie means
on.
business. 164 in his opening leg against the darts. And now, after Colin Osborne's
96.
earlier win, the Wizard has company potentially for third place.
140.
Scott Taylor did nothing wrong in that leg. He was down after 12. And they are the ones where sometimes you just got to accept them. Sometimes you just go, okay, I did nothing wrong, I was just
42.
beat. I didn't lose that leg, I was beaten.
Yeah, Scott would have been feeling really happy with himself with that 159 to leave himself on 24 and to not even get a shot at it. He wouldn't be able to believe it.
134.
$60 on the floor.
120.
And it does make a big difference. Even a single 20 would have got Scott Taylor down to a finish. Steel tip darts. The dart must be touched, retrieved, disturbed by the human hand. Soft tip. That'd have counted. Doesn't have to stay in the board. Just has to touch the fascia. Just has to register the hit.
45.
Is that you pitching a soft tip week here at the Super Series?
I'm not sure too many players would enjoy that.
93.
It's actually quite a distracting game. All lights flashing all over the place.
Would certainly be one way to get the
57.
likes of Paul Lim over.
Scott, you require 88.
That would be fantastic. And now Scott Taylor is eyeing the
Game
bull
shot on the
himself.
second leg.
And what a
Scott
retort that is. 2 legs, 2 bullseye finishes.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first.
And Matt Edgar, you said we were stepping up a level tonight. And so far you are being proven
Game on.
absolutely spot on.
Yeah, I'll take that. I like that.
Long way to go, though.
93.
Can we step up another level, perhaps? But
140.
this certainly is a strong, strong start from both of these players.
85.
In these sort of tight Group Bs, you only get one nervy night. It's always the opener. The second one, when the chips are down, when the time's running out, that's when people start to find their best.
60.
Safety is not a good thing when you're playing high-level competitive sport.
100.
So Jamie Hughes to
60.
keep up with the group leader here, but Scott Taylor now
97.
using that emotive face of his that is willing every single dart, every single time to go into its target.
95. Scott, you require 126.
And he'll be going back down to 19s here. Needs to find a treble. Finds it. Bullseye again, perhaps. Not this time.
89. Jamie, you require 146.
Same digits. Different order, different results there for Jamie Hughes and Scott Taylor. Now a chance to put his nose in front, but Jamie
130.
Hughes
Scott, you require
ready to strike.
37.
Significant improvement in performance from him.
31.
And that is
Jamie,
less
you
than
require
ideal
16.
for Taylor. And Jamie Hughes really needs to take this chance and grasp it with both hands here. Just shuffles across for double 8.
8.
Just going
Scott, you
inside.
require 6.
And you wonder how many more of those opportunities will Hughes be
Game shot
afforded
of
here.
third leg, Scott Taylor.
As Taylor takes out double 3 with a minimum of fuss to reclaim his
Fourth leg,
advantage.
it's Jamie to throw first. Game on. $42. $58.
Trebleless visits for both players, which have thankfully been in short supply so far in this game.
57.
But as we get down to the nitty-gritty of the middle part of this game,
99.
Taylor finds a treble with his 6th dart of the leg. And Hughes is responding here. And responding very well.
108.
And now the impetus is back on
58.
Scott Taylor to respond, which he can't do. And Hughes is back in the driving seat to bring us back level.
100. $43. Jamie, you require
A
122.
wry smile there from Taylor as he doesn't leave a finish. And Hughes now looking to just set it up with time on his side.
65.
Taylor has not been in this position very often.
140.
Not being on a finish when
Jamie
his
require
opponent is.
57.
But Jamie Hughes now will have 2 darts at the top of the board to bring us level once again.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And he gets
Jamie
it.
Hughes.
Jamie Hughes is putting it up to the group
Fifth
leader
leg,
here.
it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $81.
And the 2-time Lakeside World semi-finalist is in desperate need of a win here if he is going to be joining us here again tomorrow
96.
night.
And he's one of those players that's not traditionally a big practicer, Jamie Hughes, when he was getting through to
82.
those Lakeside semi-finals. Certainly when he was out and about on those sort of qualifying events around Europe, German, Holland, all
39.
those various tournaments, which traditionally start quite early in the morning. Jamie Hughes would be one of the players that would actually rock up quite late and would be like, yeah, I'll just practice in the opening games, practice in the opening rounds, which is quite a dangerous tactic to play. Imagine pulling one of the sort of local heroes who produces a bit of a game and takes you out early.
140.
What would Mervyn King think of that? Who's the complete polar opposite?
Yeah, Mervyn King was always one of the very first in there.
108. He
Always part of the 9 o'clock club at the Pro Tours. That is the time the doors open, 3 hours before. You'd always see Mervyn King in there, Paul Nicholson, Justin Pipe.
140. Scott, you require 98.
Scott Taylor now
58.
electing to
Jamie, you
stick
require
with 20s,
86.
leaving himself tops, and Jamie Hughes now has a chance for a breaker throw, and we'll have 2 darts to do it in. Double 16.
54.
And another
Scott, you
big
require
opportunity
40.
comes and goes for Jamie Hughes. Scott Taylor's back now for tops.
20.
A rare miss.
Jamie, you require 32.
Yoz, I can't believe his luck. Staring down the double. But so far, they've all been going in that similar area. And that's an over-adjustment. Now double 8.
16.
They can't believe
Scott,
that
you
hasn't gone
require
in.
20.
And Scott Taylor now returns, which he wouldn't think he would be able to.
Game shot on the
And
5th
hits
leg. Scott
double
Taylor.
5 to go 1 leg away from victory here.
6th
Jamie
leg.
Hughes has
It's
had his
Jamie to throw
chances.
First. Game on.
Was just being let down with the outer ring. The treble
140.
hasn't really been an issue.
2 from 11 on the doubles, Jamie Hughes. And they've been split out across various legs.
85.
It's not like they've all come in one cluster, which is where he will go off the stage if he isn't to win this game and count back those opportunities. You'll always find
45.
in the Players' Hotel, it'll be full in the restaurant in the evening and everyone will be reminiscing about their game. They'll go, well, if I hit that and I had this
140.
chance and he took that, and it's exactly the reason I never used to like staying in the Players' Hotel.
You'd have a
6.
suite booked elsewhere, wouldn't you? Do they have many hotels with suites in Barnsley and Wigan?
140.
No, it's not quite that. That's more of a Vegas thing, really, isn't it? You don't tend to find those in near the Metrodome.
Long live the Metrodome. What a venue.
60.
Many a good
Scott,
times.
you require
as
136.
many players will also have at the Metrodome. Sort of the
24.
northern home of darts on the PDC for a good 10 years. In fact, longer.
$134.
So Scott
You
Taylor
require 112.
with a chance now to wrap up this match. Needs to find the treble, but can't do it this time.
56. Jamie, you require 62.
Jamie Hughes will have another chance here. And it's going to be at double 16 once again.
30.
And once
You
again,
require 56.
they go low and wide. And that could have potentially cost Yoza this match.
52. Jamie, you require
Taylor
32.
can't convert. Hughes is back once again. Readjusts.
Game
And
shot on the
finally-
6th flag. Jamie Hughes.
Squeezes one in the double. And we are going
7th
all
and
the
final
way.
leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on. 30.
And that 30 may well be music to the ears of Jamie Hughes. As he has to break through
84.
to get the win here.
Again, just a couple of phantom stamps there
85.
from Jamie Hughes. Would just make you feel that maybe there's a bit of tension in that arm.
$96.
Taylor now utilising some of that aggression he calls upon, but a wry smile as
41.
one drifts in the big one. And Hughes' power scoring
108.
keeps on giving. But here comes the group leader.
120. Jamie, you require 141.
Almost a maximum of his own. And that dart on the floor will give Jamie Hughes a real big opportunity here. Double 12 for the match. And that is a sensational way of wrapping up a huge win for Yozza. 4-3. And Scott Taylor loses his first match of the group. And Colin Osborne and Jamie Hughes are well in the hunt for finals night. It started off exceptionally well, got a bit gritty midway through. Both players just shy of 90 averages, but an intriguing contest nonetheless. Warby's back against Lewis Gurney next. Welcome back to the culmination of Group B here this evening on Pluto TV. And we got our first look of the evening at Lewis Gurney, who is straight away under the cosh a little bit. As coming into this session, he was at the foot of the table alongside Jamie Hughes and Colin Osborne, who have both opened up their evening campaigns with big victories. Osborne defeating this man, Mike Warburton. And Lewis Gurney needs to do the same here, but Warby, who currently sits in second place, will have just seen group leader Scott Taylor suffer his first defeat. And a win here could
First
bring him
leg, it's Mike to
alongside
throw first.
Taylor on 8 points.
Game on.
Off the back of that fascinating previous match, what do you think Jamie Hughes will be feeling now? Because he was struggling with his doubling and yet had 2 fantastic ton-plus checkouts.
I don't think we need to take too many guesses in regards to what he might be
59.
thinking, because I think he shown us in his whole demeanour, didn't he? It was almost like, where's that come from? He was sort of surprised by those moments. Didn't look overly settled at times, but he's got the result and he's still in with a chance of getting a
6.
place here on Saturday night, which at the moment, when we cast our eye at the league table,
100.
even though Scott Taylor is looking strong, we don't know any of the final 3 as of yet. 3 places have gone, 3 still remaining. And we've had that scenario
100.
in Group C before where someone's won all their games and not qualified, but I can't recall a time where it's happened in Group B, which could be
60.
a little bit of a saving grace for Scott Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor doesn't need a great deal more of successes here to cement his place in finals night.
100.
And Lewis Gurney has work to do.
82. $100.
Solid scoring from Warby there.
$100. Mikey
Gurney
require
matches him
81.
with a ton. But Warby will have first bite of the cherry here to take the opening leg. Double 13 it will be.
55. Lewis, you
And
require
that was
100.
a very good effort. Lewis Gurney is going treble 16 for the double.
68. Mikey required
Well,
26.
Mike Warburton, second time he's been on the stage this evening, a chance here to get his first leg on the board. He lost 4-0 in his opener to Colin Osborne.
Might you have been tempted to split there?
Game shot on the
But
first
Warby
leg.
makes sure
Mike Warburton.
he made the right call and takes the opening leg, his opening leg of the night.
Second leg, it's Lewis to throw first.
Important hit
Game
that.
on.
And also an important miss from Lewis Gurney on the double 16, because when you've lost 4-0 already, you get your
59.
throw broken in the opening leg of your next match, you do start to fear. You just want to get that leg on the board because it can soon start to slip away. The demons can awaken very quickly.
100.
Now, you were analysing the throw of Lewis Gurney last night. One thing we
58.
didn't really touch on was a slight rocking motion. Is there a bit of maybe John Henderson Jr. with the Lewis Gurney throw there?
Yeah, a lot of that comes down to we spoke yesterday about it being a chop in motion. Instead of throwing out to the board like you see Warburton does here, out to the
60.
board, this chops. So it's high, down, all shoulder. Now with that, the tendency is you are going to throw yourself into it because as you're chopping
97.
down, you're going to have that forward motion. It's going to drop the right shoulder down, and which with that will bring the left foot up off the floor. And the more exaggerated that is, the more it's going to tip. The more that tips, the more it's dragging the dart low
100.
and needing some lift from somewhere. Low will be the problem.
59.
Mike Warburton, almost the polar opposite. Hardly any movement at all.
With that chop in motion, what you'll tend to find with Lewis Gurney as well is if he misses
100.
wayward, the chances are it's going to be high 1, low 5. So it'll be chopping across that action.
94. Mikey require 141.
So Warby then has an opportunity for an early break, but it won't go this time. And Lewis Gurney will be back.
100.
However,
Lewis, you require
he
134.
faces a tricky outshot of his own.
98. Mikey require 41.
Has left it tidy enough, but the question is, will he have a chance at double 18 with Warburton facing double 16, now double 8,
25. Lewis, you
and his
require 36.
doubling, which was rock solid last night, is just eluding him a little bit here.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
Lewis
Lewis
Gurney.
Gurney draws level.
Third leg. It's Mike to throw first. Game on. $100.
So there's that low,
57.
2 low darts there that you mentioned, Matt, for Lewis Gurney. Is there anything you would suggest he could do to maybe rectify it somewhat?
Just got to keep the height around the shoulder. Allow the shoulder to support the arm. See there, dropping completely out, hooking at the dart. And that's why he has to throw
100.
himself into the shot as well, just to propel the dart. The more the arm comes across, the more he's going to have to launch himself into the visit. The more that back foot's going to come up off the floor.
140.
Breaking the line of balance. Doesn't mean you can't play the game, it just means it'll promote certain inconsistencies. Because that evidence suggests he can play this game and you can play it to a very, very high level.
He certainly can. And he's first to a finish here on the Warburton throw.
Lewis, you require 164.
So, can Lewis Gurney do what Jamie Hughes did in the previous game? Treble 18, just the wrong side of the wire.
123. Mike, you require 101.
So Warby with a 101 required here. Gets the treble, gets the single.
61. Lewis,
Loopy.
you require 41.
That really was a flyer. Can Gurney tidy up here?
Game shot on the third leg.
Yes,
Lewis
he
Gurney.
can. The deflection on the flight certainly helped matters.
Fourth leg.
And all of a
It's
sudden-
Lewis to throw first. Game on.
Lewis Gurney is looking to match Colin Osborne and Jamie Hughes
177.
and gets underway in leg 4 perfectly.
96. $60.
Mike Warburton, unfazed, won't be rushed,
97.
maintaining his composure.
$58.
Now then, will he switch?
174.
And that was exceptional.
$140.
Gurney fires
Mikey
back.
require 134.
And if Mike Warburton can't find a ton plus checkout here with this 134, he could be in a spot of bother. However,
94. Lewis, you require 66.
Well, this could really open up this group. Bullseye found for double eight. What a shot from Lewis Gurney. Puts himself a leg away from the match. And before a dart was thrown tonight, Scott Taylor and Mike Warburton was on 8 and 6 points, clear of everybody else who was on 2. After the first 3 fixtures, we could be in a position where all 3 players that was off the pace all win, and that's just going to really tighten up this entire table.
well, it's a good job we're at a late hour in the day here, because that checkout from Lewis Gurney was utter filth. But filth in the best possible way, of course. And he's now just one leg away
45.
from not just securing a huge win for himself, but it would mean that's 2 defeats out of 2 so far tonight
140.
for Mike Warburton.
And he's the first player to play 2 matches tonight, which means he'll have to sit back and watch everybody else get up there and battle out for points before he goes back to the hockey. It could be a totally different dynamic by the time we see Mike Warburton again.
91.
Yeah, nice cover, leaving a finish after just 9 darts.
$100. Lewis, you require 170.
So
84.
crucial third dart there, just
Mikey
to
requires 76.
save the visit. But you feel like this has got to go for Mike Warburton. And he'll just have 1 dart for it at the top of the board. And it
36.
just goes a little bit
Lewis,
too
you
high. Not as
require
high,
86.
albeit as his previous attempt, but now Lewis Gurney has a chance for the match.
61.
And that was desperately
Mikey
close.
require 40.
Grazed the wire. But we was praising Mike Warburton for his doubling. But that was yesterday. Today seems totally different. Some wild darts, but these are close, but they're still not in.
Eggs on the
Finds
fifth
it.
leg. Mike
Last
Warburton.
start in hand. A match saver for Mike Warburton.
6th flag. It's Lewis to throw first. Game on.
Just when Lewis Gurney thought he was going to have a
99.
chance at match darts, Warburton finds the double to stay alive in this game.
$100.
And you can tell there with that frown, he's a bit disappointed with that visit, because that dart in the treble looked like it wanted
6.
some company.
But this is a chance. Mike Warburton aware of it. Part of it, the dry visit from Gurney, and part of it will be the fact that he is still 9 darts away from getting out.
100.
3-4-2, one of those shots that needs to be avoided. 3-4-3.
94.
It is sort of the next evolution of the game. I think that people starting to think about the setup play within the first 6 darts. It's certainly transmitted now into the pro game, as people are looking for those small margins, those small
100.
little areas of which you can gain a bit of an advantage. Ultimately, we're seeing the
100.
game tighten up, aren't we, as the levels between players continues to shrink.
$60. Lewis, you require 148.
So Lewis Gurney needing another treble. Hello, hello, hello.
120.
One
Mike, you
match
require
start
141.
comes and goes. And Mike Warburton is on a rescue mission here, but he can't trouble the 141 score he required.
60. Lewis, you require
And
28.
Lewis Gurney returns for double 14 for a big win. Double 7.
14.
He can't believe it.
Mike, you require 81.
Every one of those darts grazing the wire, offering Mike Warburton here a chance to get the breaker throw to become favourite in this game. Is there a big moment here in the day of Mike Warburton? Didn't look likely on the single, did he, on the 19s? A long, long way off the target, which was the treble. Wayward on the 5s. This is a
41.
little bit edgy.
Lewis, you require 14.
It could be over.
Double 7 then.
Game shot.
It
and
is
the
all
match,
over.
Lewis Gurney.
And Lewis Gurney is keeping up with the likes of Jamie Hughes and Colin Osborne, who also won their opening games of tonight. But Mike Warburton, while still in second position, is just being made to worry a little bit here. Both players somewhere between 84 and 88. But it's that trouble on the outer ring that cost Warburton there, as we now see Hughes take on Osborne.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Gurney
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
The big games just keep on a-rolling here on Pluto TV at the Modus Super Series, as Jamie Hughes now faces Colin Osborne, a game we've seen plenty of times already this week, as both men participated in Group A. But both of these men are in desperate need of another victory here. They both got one in their opening fixtures, but the race for qualification is really now heating up.
This man, Colin Osborne, so impressive, wasn't he, in his opening game? 4-0 victory over Warburton, averaging 92.5,
First leg, it's Jamie to
50%
throw first.
on the outer ring.
Game on.
Jamie Hughes, yes, he got that result. He got it with two big finishes, the 164 and the 141. You'd imagine, with a couple of maximums in there, to come off the stage looking quite happy, but actually it was the total opposite. He came off feeling a little bit disappointed.
140.
Wants a little bit more of that, wants to find some consistency. And sometimes it's not just a result, is it? It's to do with how you feel about it. To feel like you can get the results, to feel like you don't need
59.
opportunities created by misses of the opponent. And again, strong start for Jamie Hughes. He opened his last match with a 12 darter.
100.
But again, 100, head down, phantom throw. Just looks unsettled, shaking the arm. Just looks really unsettled despite the fact it's working.
Does that mean there's
41.
more to come? Improvement to be had?
Well, it means he feels there is.
$125.
I mean, that'll do. 136 remaining after 9 darts. And Colin Osborne
100.
starting
Jamie require
a
136.
little bit slower than he would have liked. A slack first start there from Hughes.
44.
Does leave a 2 dart out. Well, Colin will need a 2 treble visit here minimum. And even now, he can't leave himself on a finish. So Hughes has
85.
bought
Jamie
some time
require
here.
92.
Which way will he go? He's eyeing treble 16. He'll stay there.
52.
To leave himself on tops, which we didn't really see him go at in the previous game. It was more for the 16s, which he was having a frustrating time with.
140. Jamie require 40.
Yeah, 4 from 17 he was on the outer ring in the opening game, despite those two
Edge on
big
the
finishes,
first
and
leg,
that
Jamie Hughes.
will make him feel so much more better about things. A nice
Second
clean
leg, it's Colin
finish.
to throw first. Game on.
A clean finish with a minimum of fuss.
$50.
Just goes to show he's digging deep here as Hughes after a disappointing evening by his standards last night. That on top of the disappointment of
140.
just being edged out of Group A, that winning position which he held for over 2 days. But here he is now on Friday night, really
59.
mounting the fight back here.
It's an ideal game for both players to be playing in this situation. Colin Osborne to try and
40.
pull away from Jamie Hughes, and to overtake Mike Warburton, put himself into second position, where for Jamie Hughes, he knows any win here puts him into the top 3 as things stand.
85.
Expect drama was the preview before a dart was thrown. Expect tight games, which will be reflected in the league table, I think was my exact words. And so far, it's played exactly
92.
to that. The 2 players at the top of the table, Taylor and Warburton, yet to pick up a win between them.
Plenty more twists and turns to come, no doubt, as Colin Osborne
140.
finds his way back into this leg.
$99.
How has he
Colin,
managed
you
to get
require
that third dart in the treble?
167.
That was phenomenal. The narrowest of margins, but Colin Osborne, who has spoilt us with many a high outshot so far this week, can't quite find the 167, but
Jamie,
does
require
tidy it up very
130.
nicely indeed. And Jamie Hughes now eyeing the little fish. Needs the treble. Never troubled.
65. Colin, you require
Half
40.
his score, but the wizard can now restore parity with double top.
Game shot on the second leg. Colin Osborne. Third
Poise and
leg. It's
precision
Jamie to throw first.
from
Game
Osborne.
on. $140.
Well, Hughes is straight back in with the power scoring.
$60.
Well, the third
100.
go in the treble. It does. Both players so far
85.
strong on their own throw. As Yoza looks to fill it up.
121.
Does leave a finish. Something which Colin can't do here.
83. Jamie, you require 140.
So then, Yoza with once again time on his side here. That's less than ideal.
$87.
Gets a treble. And just leaves a nice 2-dart outshot in a bid to go 2-1 up. Osborne
125.
again
Jamie, you require
squeezing
53.
one in by the narrowest of margins. Both players doing so far, but Jamie Hughes now has 2 darts in hand for double 20. Double 10.
Game shot on the
And
third
that
leg. Jamie Hughes.
Sees Yoza reclaim an advantage.
Fourth leg. It's Colin to the row first. Game on.
One thing to potentially bear in mind here, given what we saw in Group C this afternoon, is the leg difference between these two players.
125.
Coming into this game, Osborne had a 5 leg difference advantage.
57.
That is being etched away by Jamie Hughes. It won't matter, of course, too much for Osborne at least, if he can
81.
turn this one around. Well, could the players potentially have Group C in the back of their minds, given what happened this afternoon?
I think they'll just be
44.
very well aware of the dangers, won't they, that the rest of them oppose, and the different permutations we've seen over the last couple of weeks. It seems to be at the moment that we're going through a bit of a
95.
series of surprises, a series of shocks. Just when you think you've seen it all in this format, we come up with new stories.
$81.
So Osborne's going to be first to a finish here,
135.
as this match very much going with whoever has the darts. Yoz will stay down there.
171. Colin, you require
And
65.
Will apply a bit of pressure and potentially make Osborne think twice here. Gets the outer ring, leaving tops. One more in hand for double 10.
55.
And maybe
Jamie
that
require
pressure just
148.
told. And now Jamie Hughes, who in his previous match got 2 ton plus outs, is eyeing up another here. Looking for another treble 18 there.
92. Colin, you require 10.
But with Osborne now with double 5 to bring us level once
It's
more.
on the 4 flag, Colin Osborne. Fifth flag, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Tell both players here are a bit tense, a bit nervy. Both have, when not on
57.
throw, been shaking themselves out in the background.
$121.
Just done the trick for the wizard there. They haven't gone completely Bradley Roos just yet, who was seen
97.
dancing his way across the stage earlier on this afternoon.
He really enjoyed that, didn't he, Bradley Roos?
140.
short. Would have been dancing all the way back to his hotel room. What a turnaround and what a story that was. I have never seen anything like that before. It all looked done and dusted. It looked almost impossible for Bradley
140.
Roos to get through. If anyone was going to pull it off, it looked like Tweddle. And out of nowhere, Bradley Roos reeled it back in. Got through on legs one in the end.
55.
Yeah, absolutely incredible finish to Group C. And the way Group B is going so far this evening, we have the potential for some very similar drama. It's getting tight at the top.
55.
In fact, it's getting tight from top to bottom.
$100. Jamie require 152.
Now, Osborne senses half a chance here of a break, but Jamie Hughes now not being able to take out this 152 is always a big ask, of course.
65. Colin, you require 85.
But this is the chance for Colin Osborne. No, he did not want that whatsoever. He was set for a dart
45.
at the bull.
Jamie, you require 87.
Well, that couldn't happen, and now Jamie Hughes needs 87 for a crucial hold of throw here. And it'll be one dart at double 5. Clinical.
Shot on the 5th leg, Jamie Hughes.
Jamie Hughes, who was struggling at the bottom left of the board with double 16 earlier on tonight. He's been clinical with the doubles at the top of the board. And that was a huge hold of throw.
Really did feel like one of those sort of
55.
pivotal legs, pivotal moments where the game can really swing. And Colin Osborne took that he'd be throwing now for the match instead. A bit of a sucker punch.
41.
Osborne has to go the long way, the hard way. But I've still got questions about where Jamie Hughes is in his mind right now. Doesn't seem settled.
58.
Despite the fact, again, the result is going in his favour.
And yet he's scrapping, he's clawing for every treble, every double hit.
100.
Determined to qualify for tomorrow. But we always knew the competition would be fierce
139.
in this ultra competitive Group B. Well, here comes Yozza once again.
140. $60.
Jamie Hughes is not a happy bunny with that first dart. Electing to shuffle across instead of switching.
50.
Good ball management in the end, securing a finish. But Osborne will feel like he's got 6 darts from this 189. Down he goes
135.
with a big
Jamie
15,
require
leaving him
170.
on 54. Now then, Jamie Hughes has already hit a 164 this evening. Can't quite go a little bit better. So
100. Colin, you require 54.
Colin Osborne can take us to a deciding leg here. 2 darts at double top.
34. Jamie
Big
requires
chance
70.
missed. And Jamie Hughes, who has had to scrap and claw and battle all the way, can now have a chance for a match dart. He's going back to the top of the board for tops.
Game shot
And
the
he's been
match,
ultra
Jamie
successful
Hughes.
on tops this evening, electing to switch from his preferred double 16, which was proving fruitless earlier on tonight. But that is another huge win for Jamie Hughes. 2 out of 2 tonight. And he is now eyeing up a potential qualification spot for finals night tomorrow. 4-2 win over Colin Osborne. Both averaging just under the 90 mark. 80%, much improved checkout success for Yozza there. Join us for more after the break. Group B coming to the boil then here on Pluto TV. As the group leader now takes back to the stage to face Lewis Gurney, who won his opening match. But now, after seeing Jamie Hughes go 2 out of 2 tonight, needs to replicate the form of Yozza.
First leg, it's Lewis to throw first.
Taylor
Game
not
on.
needing many more wins himself to secure his place tomorrow. But just being made to think twice so far
60.
this evening.
$100.
Well, here comes Lewis Gurney.
108.
And you have to fancy, should Lewis Gurney get a win here, but all of a sudden Group B is blown wide open.
To the surprise of no one. We all expected that this group could be one that went to the wire.
125.
Scott Taylor, Mike Warburton maybe came into tonight thinking it was pretty much job done for those, but you can soon get drawn back into a battle.
108.
And Scott Taylor looks like he's up for the battle.
136.
Player that really does enjoy the fight.
88. Scott, you require 161.
A bright start from both players here, with Scott Taylor looking to
64. Lewis,
put
you
the
require
pressure on Lewis
48.
Gurney here. Double 16. Has to readjust, shimmy across.
32. Scott, you require 97.
And a chance comes and goes straight away. Scott Taylor has been ruthless so far in this Group B.
77.
But so far
Lewis,
this
you
evening,
require 16.
can't quite replicate the form of last
shot on
night,
the
and Lewis
first
Gurney
leg.
will
Lewis
take an early
Gurney.
lead here.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. 108!
Now that is a way to kick off a leg on your own throw.
44.
Well, we gave him a lot of credit yesterday, didn't we, Scott Taylor, in regards to the power scoring, certainly in the 140 category. Today he's gone, well, I'm just going to hit more 180s.
28.
But nearly the traditional dog and duck follow-up. The 180-26 combination is
100.
normally found down the local. Scott Taylor slightly improving it by 2.
$83.
Still in command, though, of this second leg.
140.
But Gurney is keeping up with the pace here. Scott Taylor
140.
channeling that inner aggression that can only really be seen when he is throwing his darts.
108.
Lewis Gurney
Scott, you
is
require
cutting a
70.
determined figure here to match that of Taylor, who requires tops.
50.
And again,
Lewis, you
just goes a
require
little bit too
37.
low. Lewis Gurney, double 16.
Game shot
And
on
in
the
it
second
goes.
leg. Lewis Gurney.
And Lewis Gurney
Third leg.
now
it's
senses
Lewis to
his
throw
opportunity
first.
to stake a real claim to qualify for finals night tomorrow.
100.
Things are getting very interesting. And we're in danger here of that situation continuing where the players who came in with a bit of a cushion in regards to the league table are still yet to register a win between them. All the wins are going to the players that came in on 2 points at the bottom half of the table.
100.
The big games just keep on coming in this group. As following the conclusion of this one,
100.
Mike Warburton faces Jamie Hughes.
There's a danger for Mike Warburton that
95.
results pending at the end of his next time on the stage, he could be out of the top 3 with just a game to go. And he looked very good, didn't he, in the position he came
81.
into tonight. 4 points clear of everybody else. Looked like the majority of the work was done.
Group B really living up to the hype and expectation.
100.
And this is the best performance we've seen from Lewis Gurney as well so far this week. In regards to
81.
the constant
Lewis, you require
consistency.
106.
Great timing.
Well, he sees the funny side of the commentator's curse there.
42. Scott, you require 105.
And now Scott Taylor staring out the board. Eyeing 2 tops, but again, I've
65.
almost hit the
Lewis, you
identical
require 64.
hole in the board there. Gurney will stay there for double.
32. Scott, you require
And
40.
one dart comes and goes to extend his lead further. Scott Taylor now back for tops
Game shot on the third leg. Scott Taylor.
and gets it. And just letting out a bit of frustration there.
Fourth flag. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
How many times have we seen that as well, where there's a breaker throw and then instantly given straight back again?
The 2 players there obviously seeing the funny side of something, but
100.
Gurney electing to switch
134.
to maximum effect. Taylor again, so
57.
expressive. You don't even need to watch the part of the screen where the board is. You can
59.
tell where the darts have gone just by Scott Taylor's facial expressions.
We'll talk about expressive. Lewis Gurney, after the first dart,
58.
showing quite a lot of expression. That shows you how engaged he is, how much he is literally living and breathing every single dart, every single twist and turn, which just shows the
83.
passion of which he is playing this game with, the determination to get through to Saturday night.
But here comes Taylor again.
120.
Now he's asking Jack Garwood to double check there.
121.
And he's won the debate. He gets the extra point, which could make all the difference.
65.
But it is Gurney that will be down to a finish first. Either way, bogey number left for Taylor.
85. Lewis, you require 160.
Finds the treble with his final dart.
80.
But here comes Scott Taylor again. Dear me. What a recovery this could be.
60. Lewis, you require 60.
But again, just going low. Now, Lewis Gurney, disgusted there. Moves across. That's a great marker.
20. Scott, you require 20.
Just goes alongside instead of underneath. You don't want to be giving the group leader too many chances because you will get punished.
Scott Taylor.
He's had chances, hasn't he, Lewis Gurney? And that's why he'll be cutting a frustrated figure right now.
Lewis to throw first.
Could have had a little bit of daylight between himself and Scott Taylor, and the danger is with the scoring power
56.
Scott Taylor has got. If he switches that on, he could run away with a couple of legs in no time. You have to put players like Scott Taylor to bed.
55.
In some parallel universe somewhere, this game is over. 4-0 Gurney.
58.
But on we go. And not for the first time this evening, as we get into the mid part of the match, it just starts to get a little bit scrappy. Taylor just taking a bit of extra time there as he approaches the oche, just to regain a bit of composure.
140.
Gurney, though, not going away. But here comes
140.
Taylor again. Needs a treble.
58.
Can't find.
You require 148.
Now, Scott Taylor has a chance here. Another one of those. Leaves double 14.
134. Lewis, you require 130.
How will Gurney respond? Needing the treble. Now then, gets it. It's the ball.
Game shot on the fifth
Look
leg.
at that.
Lewis Gurney.
Camera phones at the ready. The little fish is hooked, and Lewis Gurney is now just one leg away from victory over the group leader. That was a real showstopper from the 23-year-old.
100.
And now it's Scott Taylor's turn to be staring down the barrel of two successive defeats this evening.
I think by that celebration of Lewis Gurney, I don't think he'd call it a showstopper. I think he'd call it a screenshotter. Wow, he says. And to me, that's not wow. That's what I expect. I expect the darts to sort of go a little bit low due to the action, but that switch is not the one. If you're going to go down to the 19s, you're going to move over to the 18s for that cover.
140.
And 3-4-2s need to be avoided after 6. Keep saying it.
60.
it will catch on.
$94.
So Lewis Gurney then.
99.
Can't leave a finish now. Taylor with 6 starts at 114 gets the treble.
74.
Just goes high this time.
I think he was going looking for that dart, wasn't he?
108.
Look at this now from Gurney.
Scotty require 40.
To take us all the way once again.
Game shot on the 6th.
Right in the centre of the centre of tops.
7th and final leg.
And we
it's
go
Lewis to throw first. Game
to
on.
a 7th leg on the Gurney throw.
99.
Who wanted a little bit more, but a decent enough opening nonetheless.
60.
Outscores his opponent.
$97.
That's all he's got to do, just find that treble or throw. Because that'll force Scott Taylor into having to find a maximum. At the moment,
100.
just trying to keep pace with Lewis, hoping for the slip, hoping for the in.
45.
There it is. There's the opportunity. Here's the chance, and that's just why he steadied the approach to the hockey. Trying to give himself every opportunity to find that maximum.
140.
Gurney follows in
140.
with a 2 treble visit of his own. And when he returns, we'll be eyeing Shanghai on 20s. But Taylor fires back
145.
yet again.
Lewis, you require 120.
So, looks up to the sky, but gets the treble. He needs tops for the win. Fantastic.
Lewis Gurney.
Lewis Gurney is in business in Group B. 2 wins out of 2 so far tonight. 2 defeats out of 2 for the group leader, Scott Taylor. And Group B is blown wide open. Gurney averaging just under 90. Taylor just over. That 138 from Lewis Gurney proving pivotal. Mike Warburton, Jamie Hughes next in another crucial game.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Well, if you're just joining us here on the Modus Super Series Group B, where have you been all night? This Group B is being blown wide open with some key, crucial victories for the likes of Jamie Hughes and Lewis Gurney, and the early pace setters Mike Warburton and group leader Scott Taylor are so far winless on this Friday night. Let's take a look at the table as it stands, and you can see just how tight things are. Group C, the second qualification spot this afternoon, came down to legs 1, and you wouldn't put it past it happening again here. Scott Taylor 8 points, and a whole host of players separated by just 2. Mike Warburton, Lewis Gurney and Jamie Hughes all just a win ahead of Colin Osborne. And now another monumental game here, which will go a long way to deciding who makes it through to finals night and who is going home. As now Mike Warburton faces off with Jamie Hughes. Both have a 100% record so far tonight, but unwanted 100% record for Warburton, as he's yet to taste success this evening.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Edgar alongside me, as he has been
Game on.
for the past 2 days. But we are really being treated here in this Group B.
We're in that situation now, though, for Mike Warburton. It's easy to sit here and go, this is a big game, that's a big game. But for Mike Warburton, this is key.
100.
Because if he is to lose this game to Jamie Hughes, he'll move out of the top 3. Before he comes back to the hockey you feel, and he's going to be taking on Scott
60.
Taylor. And he'll be going against the throw. And then there's 2 more games to go after him, for which the players in the battle, someone's got to pick up the points. He could be in a very, very
60.
sort of irreversible position, shall we say. If he is to lose this, he'll be completely up against it.
Well, one thing that Warburton has got on his side is experience of making it through to
45.
finals night on plenty of occasions before. He always finds a way. And it's, in the grand scheme of things, it might not require that much, but it requires a win
140.
in this match nonetheless.
$58.
How many twists and turns, how many more twists and turns can this group take? With Scott Taylor now looking vulnerable at the top of the table. Still has it in his own hands, of course.
100.
But there is a lot of experienced players breathing down the neck of the Bolton man.
$140. Mike, you require 101.
Now then, Warby with a 101 will go down for 19s. Just look at treble 10 here to tidy things up. He
49.
will return. With Hughes looking to put a dent in things, but he's absolutely livid with that first dart going in the 5.
85. Mike, you require 52.
And Warby returns here. With 2 darts at double 16. Great marker, but
36.
can't take advantage.
Jamie, you require 113.
His doubling was sensational last night, but can't quite replicate it so far this evening. He will be back.
57. Mike, you require 16.
Can he convert this time? Double 8 required.
Game shot on the first leg. Mike Warburton.
That's more like it. Even the attempts at double 8 weren't far away. They were well thrown
Second
darts.
leg. It's Jamie to
Deserved
first.
to get
Game
that
on.
double 4. Will that settle Warby down now?
Well, he said before a dart was thrown, didn't he? Who performs on the night? And he normally turns up, is what he said. Well, now's the time to turn up.
121.
He has lost the advantage of which he had, which he gained last night. It's now down to battle on the night. So this, by his own words, is where he comes to life.
60.
A grimace in the face there as he opens up the leg without a treble. Hughes finding.
140. $60.
But again, coming up dry. And Hughes now has a chance to really assert his authority.
80.
And does leave a finish. It will be well behind.
$135.
That's better
Jamie, you
though.
require 160.
That narrows the gap somewhat. But Yoza can now just set this one up. Could do with a treble.
45.
Could have done without that.
Doesn't get the passage right there of the dart from the resting hand to the throwing hand. Seems to be a bit of a Welsh trait, actually, that one, doesn't it?
58. Jamie, you require 115.
Jamie Hughes
99.
leaving double 8. An area of the board which he has struggled with so far tonight. He's been very, very successful on tops. And indeed on double 5. but it will be very interesting to see
100. Jamie
he copes now.
requires 16.
Back down for double 8.
Game shot in the
That is
second
much
leg.
better.
Jamie Hughes.
Precision
Third
engineering
leg,
from
it's
Yoza.
Mike to throw first. Game on. $60. $85.
Will be just taking an extra second there, just as he knows this is really a crucial match for him. You can't say he's played badly at
60.
all, really. The difference being that following last night's successful finishing, just hasn't quite followed suit so far tonight.
32.
Almost feels like it's a little bit too deliberate.
100.
Both players just trying to make sure of the situation. And sometimes you can do that when you start playing someone who is also quite deliberate within their style, that you sort of,
84.
as a slower, deliberate, more player, you tend to take it off even more so. And you're seeing that here with Mike Warburton. Longer approach to the oche, standing right at the back of the stage.
Could
Six.
these pair just do with letting loose somewhat?
Exactly that. Just need to find a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of fluency. Just help with that release. Find a bit more consistency.
45.
Almost feels just a little too laboured at the moment. Trying to make sure. Trying not to make mistakes, ultimately. Forcing the mistakes.
60.
Hughes now going back up for 20s. Another one would really aid his cause, but again,
Mike, you require 161.
just slipping the wrong side of the 20. And that's cost him a potential finishing opportunity here.
$60.
And it is getting very scrappy indeed.
$59. Mike, you require 101.
Business end of the leg. Warburton with first poke. Jamie Hughes will get a 7th visit to the board here to try
41.
and break the throw of Mike Warburton, who's
require
still yet to get down
116.
to a double.
So 116. And once again, a dart is pulled the wrong side of the 20.
76. Mike, you require 60.
Will Hughes get an 8th visit to the board in this leg? Warburton will try and stop him,
Game
and
shot
stop
the
him he
third
does.
leg, Mike Warburton.
It's a scrappy hold, but a
Fourth leg,
vital
it's
one
Jamie
at
to
that.
throw first. Game on.
Warby won't care how he gets these legs won. All that matters is getting a 4 in that leg column.
Yeah, he's desperate for points, isn't he?
85.
Mike Warburton. He's only won 2 legs from his opening 2 matches so far. And he is the first player, alongside Jamie Hughes, of course, to open this cycle of fixtures.
55.
which can be great if you go out there and get the win and set the pace, but the downside of that is if you don't get the win, if you end up losing the game, you're going to sit back and watch everyone around you pick up points.
140.
So, as we are now past the midnight hour, a new weekly champion will be crowned later on today. Matt, you'll be here to see it.
100.
And I'm none the wiser who I think could win it. I think it's looking like a very open event, and we've still got 3 more places to fill yet.
58.
Well, one man who will come into tomorrow feeling very refreshed indeed after the rest of the players have been slogging it out in Group C and B is Stephen Johnston, who's had the benefit of 2 days off.
100.
And you could potentially say, just for that reason alone, you would make Johnston an early favourite, perhaps.
$44. 100.
You're squeaking in a treble there at a vital time. Puts the pressure back
60. Mike, you
on
require
West Midlands'
146.
finest. Now then, Mike Warburton,
Game shot on the fourth leg.
146.
Mike Warburton.
How about that? That is absolutely superb.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
He said it, didn't he? Before a dart was thrown. All comes down to being on the night. Drawn back into the night, drawn back into the fight. And he's finding
100.
some real quality.
Yeah, the match that has been a scrappy affair so far, that was a real moment of magic, which puts Warby just a leg away from sealing his first victory tonight. And we've spoken so much about Warburton potentially being caught, but with a win here, he'll go level with Scott
60.
Taylor.
60.
One thing's for certain, though. Jamie Hughes will not go away. He will scratch and claw and battle for every single leg.
60. $100.
Prime example. With that ton there, bringing him back level alongside Warburton in this one.
Chipping away. A leisurely stroll towards the finishing line at the moment for Mike Warburton. However, the level of urgency may rise here, but that looks loose.
177.
Well, I wouldn't have been hanging around that long, but Hughes made it count with a superb switch. And now, all of a sudden, the complexion of the leg has changed,
60.
and
Jamie require
Jamie Hughes now
107.
with a big opportunity to pinch a leg back here.
$66. Mikey require 121.
So then, nothing like a 3-dart combination to secure a victory. Treble 17 leaves the ball.
Game shot
And that
the match.
is exquisite.
Mike
Warburton, what a way to get your first victory of the night. He's showing the board who's boss, and he is really back in business, moving alongside Scott Taylor at the top end of the table with a crucial 4-1 win over Jamie Hughes, which halts Yoz's progress that he's made so far tonight. How many more twists and turns can there be in Group B? Find out after the break here on Pluto TV.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Gurney
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back. After a rousing victory from Mike Warburton, we move on to Game 7 of the night. And Lewis Gurney is well in contention, as is Colin Osborne, of course, but Osborne really does need to seal a success here to keep up with the pace of Gurney and Hughes, who just 2 points ahead of the
First
Wizard.
leg, it's Lewis to throw
As
first.
Third spot is
Game
still very much available to claim.
It is, and Colin Osborne currently sat at bottom of the table. If he is to get a win here, will leapfrog the pack and go into third place into a qualifying position. However, by my reckoning, a win here for Lewis Gurney would move him to 8, meaning Colin Osborne would be the first player mathematically eliminated from this Group B campaign, because he would only have one game further to go. He wouldn't be able to hit the 8-point mark, which Scott Taylor, Warburton and Gurney would be on. If Gurney can continue his run tonight of wins which have been back-to-back so far over Mike Warburton and Scott Taylor, the two that started clear at the top.
Absolutely, really getting to the business end of a fascinating Group B.
140.
One thing we have seen this evening is a real resurgence from Lewis Gurney. What do you think has been the difference between how he's played from last night, which by his own standards wasn't the way he maybe would have hoped it would have gone?
Yeah, he did only pick up the one win yesterday, wasn't it? The 2 points which kept him in contention. As long as you get that one win on the opening day, you're always going to have a chance. And that win actually came against this man, Colin Osborne. So positive signs in this head-to-head clash as well for Lewis Gurney. Add that with the confidence he'd have gained and, well, double 16.
84.
Another Tumplers checkout. He took out a 130 and a 120 in his previous fixture.
Colin Osborne, Shanghai on the 20s required, and that's a nice little marker there. Well, that drops exceptionally low.
40.
And Gurney will return here
16.
for an early hold. Double 8.
Game shot on the first leg, Lewis Gurney.
No dramas there. And Lewis
Second
Gurney,
leg, it's Colin to throw first.
going about his business. Still with a chance. A big chance
59.
at that. For qualifying for finals night tonight, as we are now past midnight.
100.
It is the weekend.
$134.
Nice visit there from Osborne.
59.
And look at this now.
138.
A good switch, allowing him to leave a finish
81.
after just 9
Colin,
darts
you
here.
require
It's an
107.
interesting switch, though, because Gurney couldn't leave a finish because, again, putting himself on that 3-4-2. And if Colin Osborne hits the 2 treble 20s here, it'll be interesting to see if he goes for the bullseye or not. Because had he not gone for the bullseye,
85.
I don't understand the switch away from the treble 20 to leave the 170, because Gurney couldn't leave a finish from his position. Just
60.
felt like
Colin,
an
you
unnecessary
require
switch.
85.
The way Colin Osborne has been taking out those big checkouts this week, I wouldn't have backed against him not to go for ball. But now the target is tops.
45.
He will return.
$59. Colin, you require
No trouble
40.
for Gurney. So here we go then. Colin Osborne needing tops to bring us level.
Game shot on the second leg, Colin Osborne.
And again, no dramas there with the doubling.
Third leg, it's Lewis to throw first. Game on. 60.
Osborne just sensing a bit of an early opportunity.
95. $97. $140. $84.
Osborne now has the darts in this leg against the Gurney throw.
96.
Once again, leaves the 170. But Gurney, this time around, will leave a finish of his
Colin, you
own.
require 170.
This time you feel he'll almost certainly go for it. Won't get the opportunity though this time.
94.
But brings
Lewis,
it down
you require
handy.
160.
That's the question of Lewis Gurney. Hasn't got the answers this occasion. These are the chances, though, the way that Lewis Gurney's been playing
Colin,
this
you
evening.
require 76.
Colin Osborne really needs to be taken. We'll be expecting at least a dart.
Well, it will be a dart. One dart at tops.
56. Lewis, you require
Can't
60.
convert. Going high.
Game shot on the third leg. Lewis Gurney.
And executing it to perfection there, Lewis Gurney. Survives
Fourth leg. It's Colin to throw first.
to hold
Game
his
on.
throw. And is that another momentum shift?
100.
Started perfect, didn't he, tonight for Colin Osborne? The 4-0 victory over Mike Warburton. It looked like he was really going to play himself
55.
into the mix and into contention. But results gone against him quite quickly. Lost his own game against Jamie Hughes by 4-2. And as we said at the start of this game, defeat here for Colin Osborne will eliminate him from
85.
the prospects of another Saturday night appearance here in Portsmouth.
In a
40.
campaign that started for Osborne on Monday morning. Here we are in the early hours of Saturday. And the Wizard is still battling away.
11. $59.
So we are getting to the stage of the night where players will be sealing their fates.
45.
And there'll be players in the back just taking a closer eye on proceedings on stage.
125.
We saw the same this afternoon with Bradley Roos. We saw footage of him celebrating earlier in the back once his qualification was confirmed.
60.
And the players will be aware of it. They've got access to the information. They can ask the players' marshal as well for the situation. And the situation
135.
could benefit quite a lot of players here if Lewis Gurney gets his victory, because it will eliminate Colin Osborne whilst qualifying Scott Taylor and Mike Warburton.
140.
Meaning it'll
Lewis,
only
you
come down to
require
Lewis Gurney and
87.
Jamie Hughes. 3 players will be decided. And he's 36 points away from being a leg away from that scenario.
69.
Not this time. So
Colin,
it
you
really
require
is now
60.
or never for Colin Osborne. Tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
The Wizard
Colin Osborne.
is alive and kicking. 2 legs apiece.
Fifth leg. It's Lewis to throw first. Game on.
And we mentioned
140.
that it could well be a straight shootout between Hughes and Gurney for that final qualification spot. You'll never guess who they play in the final round of matches.
You
guessed it, they play each other.
60.
Maybe Colin Osborne will still be very much part of the equation.
43.
He's scrapping. He's fighting. He's been here so many times. One of the most experienced players in the Super
40.
Series. He will know the formats. He will know the table. He will know that this is a vital game. Now that is an ideal dart there for Colin Osborne. The way his darts sit. Just expect
140.
those next ones to follow. That's when you know you're playing well. When you can get the darts to play off of the advantage of the markers of which you're
Colin,
playing.
you require 130.
Utilising his adagram, which you highlighted earlier on this evening. Now then, Colin Osborne, double 12.
126. Lewis, you require
Close yet
164.
so far, but he'll fancy his chances to be back, which has now been confirmed.
98. Colin, you require 12.
Potential 13 dart leg here from Osborne, who's very wide, getting closer.
6.
Over adjusts, and that
Lewis,
is
you
a
require
huge,
66.
huge chance has gone a begging. Now then, Lewis Gurney with one dart at double 16.
50.
Can't convert
Colin, you
either.
require 6.
So Osborne is back for the bottom of the board.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Straight at
Colin
it.
Osborne.
No qualms, no pressure, no worries.
6th leg. It's Colin to throw first.
And this dramatic Group B
Game
could be about to go on and on. We nearly knew the fate of 3 of the 5 players. When Lewis Gurney was looking at going 3-1 up, we was working out all the permutations. Now all of a sudden, we may still be in a
85.
scenario where all players are still active.
$140.
Lewis Gurney not done with yet. And if he can take us to a
100.
deciding leg, he will have the throw.
$57.
But if Colin Osborne can convert this into a win, then just 2 points separates all 5 players in Group B.
60. $140.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Gurney there. Has taken charge of this crucial 6th leg.
100. Lewis, you require 164.
He went the 19s route.
58. Colin, you require
And now-
156.
Colin Osborne's had a 152 this week. Bradley Roos had a 156 today. Colin Osborne can't follow suit this time around,
140.
but we'll leave
Lewis, you
it
require
very
106.
handy indeed. This has to go. One dart, a double 18.
70. Colin, you require
And Colin
16.
Osborne can now seal a win here to once again blow this
Big
group
shot,
wide
advantage.
open.
Colin
And
Osborne.
going into the final round of matches, all 5 players in Group B are separated by just 2 points. Colin Osborne stays alive with as close to an 89 average as makes no difference. 40% on the outer ring as well. Lewis Gurney faces Jamie Hughes in the final round of fixtures, but coming up next, it's Taylor Warburton.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
So, as we head into the final round of matches of Group B, as of now, nothing's resolved. All 5 players can still qualify. However, these 2 men currently sit top of the group on 8 points. So the winner of this match will confirm their booking into finals night. And whoever loses this game faces a very nervy wait, as did Bradley Roos this afternoon in Group C, which came down to legs
First
1.
leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Now, Scott Taylor, who went a perfect 4 out of 4 last night,
100.
hasn't have yet replicated the same form in this session.
He's played okay, hasn't he, Scott Taylor? He's been knocking on the door, but just ran into a couple of good performances. He's been close in his games.
100.
Going down 4-3 on both occasions, which means he's not really had too much damage in regards to the legs column. And just a couple of legs here would be enough to get him through to Saturday night, due to the basis that he's done what Paul Nicholson always suggests. If you're going to lose, lose tight, and when you win, win big.
60.
Yeah, that resulting in just 2 legs required
28.
for Taylor due to that superior leg difference. But Taylor will still very much want to finish with a win, as will Warburton.
100.
Well, for Warburton, this is his last chance to affect
83.
anything. This is his 8th fixture. Scott Taylor will get another game due to the fact that the 5 players in the group, there's always going to be one that gets 2 games at this point of the evening.
108.
But it is just 2 legs required for either player to confirm their place.
140.
Mike Warburton may feel very good about that, being just 61 points away from the breaker throw.
Double 18 the target.
Game shot on the first leg. Mike
And
Warburton.
that was the clean and crisp finishing that Warburton displayed on many occasions last
Second
night.
leg. It's Mike to throw first. Game on. $100. 80.
Another dart on the floor. Warburton, all he has to do is hold throw.
100.
And he's through to finals night. What could be simpler?
Which always makes me think at this
85.
point, I wonder how much he knows of that situation.
Well, it took us long enough to work it out.
60.
He'll just be up there looking for that win, won't he? The points confirm it.
100.
Absolutely. Keep it simple. Just win. And the rest will look after itself. And Mike Warburton is in pole position to do so.
140. $69. Mikey requires 61.
Taylor does leave a finish. And he took this out in the opening leg. Can he do it again? We'll need his third dart this time.
43. Scott, you
We'll
require
have a little look over to the scoreboard,
167.
see where Scott Taylor is, and fancy the chances that he's going to get a return. He will. Choices, decisions to be
89.
made.
Mikey
He's 18
require
points away
18.
from being in Saturday night once again.
Double 4.
10. Scott, you require 78.
And the expression on Warburton's face says it all. Taylor will have a dart of his own now, going a long way across. He's in Andrew Gilding territory over there,
Game
but
shot on the
gets
second
tops
leg.
anyway.
Scott Taylor.
Well, Gilding would give that the thumbs up.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw
And
first.
now both players
Game on.
are halfway there.
Well, one thing we know for sure is at the end of this leg,
81.
someone is going to qualify. Someone is going to be filling up that 4th spot for Saturday night. And then the 5 players that are battling it out will become 4.
100.
But it is exactly what we expected, wasn't it?
45.
Coming into last night, looking at these 5 players, we knew it would be so competitive, so close.
108.
Now it's a maximum for Warby, but it was your favourite number, 342, wasn't it? Which has now seen Mike
140.
unable to finish.
It'll take off, I'm telling you. Because right now we'll be thinking, I wish I did switch to the 17s. At least have a go at the 164. You want some opportunity rather than none.
60.
But this is an opportunity now
95.
for Scott Taylor to finally navigate his passage.
55. Mike, you require 102.
Attempted double, with Warby now back for 102, which would seal his place in finals night. Options available. 14s. Leaving a dart
82.
for tops.
Scott, you
He's
require
not happy with
40.
it. Taylor returns for tops of his own. Decent guide. One more left.
20. Mike, you require 20.
And the doubling has just gone a little bit awry for Taylor. And Mike Warburton now contemplating moving across. He goes to the right. Just going inside. Double 5.
10. Scott, you require
Neither
20.
player wanting to cross that finish line. Scott Taylor geeing himself up. Wrong bed. A bounce out.
12.
And a bend of the wire. He cannot believe his luck.
Mike, you require 10.
And Mike Warburton now has confirmed
Third leg,
his
Mike
place
Warburton.
in finals night. He's the first player from Group B to do so.
4th leg, it's Mike to throw first.
And when chatting with Mike at the
Game
top
on.
of the show this evening, he said he always finds a way to finals night. And he's done exactly that tonight.
60. $100.
Scott Taylor just a leg away himself, and that would leave Colin Osborne, Jamie Hughes and Lewis Gurney to battle it out for the final space. I still don't know who's going to be going off favourite tomorrow.
140. $100.
So I'm banking on Warby not knowing that he's
60.
qualified as of yet. He'll have it in his mind to just get that win, and Taylor will be exactly the same here.
140. $100. Scott, you require 161.
Scott Taylor.
93.
Just missing the
Mike, you
second
require
treble there.
141.
And Mike Warburton now. Eyeing the 141. Can't find the treble 19. We'll look at treble 10 here to
89.
try and leave things
Scott, you
neat and
require
tidy.
68.
So to join Mike Warburton in qualification through this Group B.
Game shot on
He's
the full
there.
flag. Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor joins Mike Warburton in finals
Fifth
night
flag,
from
it's
Group
Scott
B
to throw first.
with just one
Game on.
more qualification spot available.
57.
Now these pair really are hammering it out for top spot.
A lot of financial benefits as well in regards to
100.
the positions in the table. I'll try and maximise your time here at the Super Series.
100.
Maximise those earnings. Top the table, win the matches.
Time is money.
$100.
Taylor
100.
putting a bit extra aggression on those. Warburton's actually well clear on the
100.
averages so far. Mike just under the 90 mark. Taylor
81.
back on just over 83. And leaves himself on 163 here. So 6 starts from 201 for the Wrexham man.
100. $65. Mike, you require 101.
So starts on 20s. Gets the single 9 for double 16.
85. Scott, you require 98.
Scott Taylor then. Double 19. A little bit awkward,
Game shot on the fifth leg. Scott Taylor.
but that doesn't matter. Snatches it out of the board as Taylor moves within
Sixth
a leg.
It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Well, he's got to 3 now in every single one of his games, but he's yet to get through to 4.
100.
I mentioned earlier in this one, Warburton with by far and away the higher average,
40.
but with a checkout percentage of 18%, that has been the difference, and that's why he's 3-2 down in this one.
Not living up to that incredible level he set yesterday. He drew attention to that
100.
47% on the outer ring, 10 from 21. But a long way off those sort of levels this
96.
evening. But the same could be said for Scott Taylor in regards to the power scoring. That was a real key attribute for him yesterday. Really did catch the eye. But today, even the demeanour, just very, very different.
140.
Warby on a finish.
140.
That was exceptionally quick.
Mike, you require 161.
So, time in abundance here for Mike Warburton.
99.
But here comes Scott Taylor once again.
100.
Who's
Mike,
just
you
up the
require
pace here.
62.
It's almost as though he's accepting that this game is going to a final leg. With Warburton requiring double 8.
Shot on the sixth leg. Mike
And
Warburton.
Taylor would be right to accept that fate as we go all the way
7 from final leg.
Once
It's
again.
Scott to throw first.
for Scott
Game on.
Taylor. Every one of his matches so far this evening.
134.
Going to a decider, and that is a strong start from Taylor.
$140.
Warburton averaging now in excess of 93.
85.
Hitting the turbo at the right time. But he still has it all to do against the darts here.
60.
And Scott Taylor
140.
growling and snarling his way to a finish.
$60. Scott, you require 142.
And Taylor will have a minimum of 6 darts here to dispatch this 142, which he can do at the first time of
110.
asking. A valiant effort, to say the least.
$60.
Warburton
Scott, you
can't
require
apply any
32.
pressure whatsoever. So Taylor
Game shot. and the
taking out
match,
double
Scott Taylor.
16 with his first start of the visit to seal a 4-3 win. Both players are through to finals night. We'll see them again later on tonight. But it is a win for Scott Taylor, who will top this group. Coming up next, Jamie Hughes, Lewis Gurney.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Gurney
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match. and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
One more spot available for finals night. And you join us here at the Modus Super Series live and free on Pluto TV with Jamie Hughes and Lewis Gurney, both of whom are on 6 points as they battle it out to potentially get to finals night. There is one more game to come after this where Colin Osborne also on 6 points but does have the benefit of the better leg difference. He will take on group winner Scott Taylor, who was already safely through along with Mike Warburton.
First leg, it's Jamie to throw
The
first.
final qualifying spot
Game on.
about to be decided over the course of the next half an hour or so.
It's that same scenario we had really in Group C, isn't it? Where Bradley Rose went to the stage, needed to win the game, but it didn't do
100.
the job. He still had to wait for a result in the last game.
Yeah, and whoever wins this will face that same nervous wait
59.
with Colin Osborne having the benefit of the best leg difference out of the 3 respective players here. So, a bit of symmetry there between groups C and B over the course of the day.
140. $81.
And even a 4-0 win for either of these players wouldn't do the job if Colin Osborne was to win.
$55.
Yeah, Osborne with a 4-0 win over Mike Warburton at the top of the show.
77.
Could well prove pivotal.
I can only imagine this is what it's like when you're sort of on the line and you score a
90.
goal and you go, I'm going to get VAR there, so there's no point in celebrating just yet because the winner of this game puts themselves into
90.
position but could easily get
Jamie
knocked out with
require
it.
116.
You're not guaranteed that qualification. But if you lose, you're guaranteed to be eliminated.
76.
You mentioned VAR, final round of Premier League fixtures on Sunday
58.
with
Jamie
some Champions
require
League
40.
placings still not yet decided. This
Takes
first
on the
leg's been
first
decided
leg,
though,
Jamie Hughes.
and Jamie Hughes takes the lead.
Second leg, it's Lewis to throw first. Game on. $40.
And Hughes, who been a bit more deliberate than usual
41.
with his action, taking a bit more time than usual. Had the chance
90.
to really make a mark in this leg on the Gurney throw. And with this extra time and extra deliberate action,
60.
is he doing himself no favours?
Well, he's not finding rhythm, is he? And that's the big problem for him right now.
131.
The lack of rhythm, the lack of fluency is causing a lack of consistency.
$45.
Good opening leg. Not supported.
$85.
Now he's back in the treble. Now he's back in the treble. Jamie Hughes.
108. Lewis, you require 155.
Gurney will still have 6 darts from 155, but that
41.
cry of 180 from referee Jack Garwood applies the pressure to Gurney, who can't maximise his visit, and Hughes now
58. Lewis,
does
you
leave a
require
finish, but
114.
it's one that's very similar to the one that Gurney requires.
74. Jamie, you require 117.
What do you make of that? That was a bit of a flyer, a bit of a rogue dart from Gurney, and Hughes can capitalise.
97.
That would have hurt as well, the way
Lewis, you
that panned
require
out.
40.
I think Lewis Gurney was just trying to stay away from
Game
the
shot on
treble
the second
20.
leg. Lewis Gurney.
And, well, he did what he wanted to do, didn't he? He stayed away from the treble 20, but he also stayed away from the
Third
scoring
leg,
segment.
it's
No
Jamie to
harm
the
done in the
reversed.
end.
Game on.
A level game. We did have to dodge a break opportunity there for Jamie Hughes.
45. $125. 59.
Jamie Hughes will be disappointed with his start
96.
of the third leg, and Gurney now senses his chance.
Making a move now, Lewis Gurney.
48.
Jamie Hughes just playing like he has this evening, just looking a little bit tight at times. Again, just shaking an
82.
arm. It's as if he's struggled for a little bit of feeling there. We know he's had problems with that throwing arm in the past.
Could have been so different for Jamie Hughes, who of course
99.
was desperately unlucky not to win Group A. Was leading the group for
58.
over 2 days and just falling at the final hurdle, where Stephen Johnson eclipsed Hughes to take that Group A success.
100. Lewis, you require 140.
Hughes now having to play an extra 2 sessions to try and make it to
40.
finals night alongside
Jamie, you
Messrs
require
Taylor and
150.
Warburton.
Let's also have a look at what this could do for Jamie Hughes. Well, that's a good marker. That was inviting. You'd have expected that one to go.
90.
But if
Lewis,
this
you
does go
require
wrong for him
100.
here, if Lewis Gurney is able to capitalise and win this game, Jamie Hughes would be confirmed
52.
as bottom,
Jamie, you
of Group
require
B.
60.
which would be quite a turnaround considering he's so close to winning Group A.
Incredible, really. Hughes, who is
on
finding
the third
success at
leg,
the top
Jamie
of the board.
Hughes. Fourth
Tops
leg,
is
it's
proving
Lewis to
his
throw
saviour.
first. Game on.
And Hughes is digging really deep here.
43. $55. $85.
Gurney trying to fight back. However, if Hughes can find 1 or 2 more of those, he is very much in charge.
108.
Gurney's not done with yet, though.
140. 125.
But another strong visit from Jamie Hughes.
41.
Puts him
Jamie
favourite for a
require
breaker throw.
141.
Gurney is the first to blink in this leg.
6 starts here for Hughes.
Stays there. Sensible stuff.
88.
And the West Mids man will return for a 2-dart combination.
80. Jamie require 53.
13 the target. 2 darts for tops, which has been an ally for him so far.
Game shot on the 4th
And
leg.
that
Jamie
trend
Hughes.
continues. A crucial break of throw
5th leg. It's Jamie to throw first.
moves Jamie
Game on.
Hughes closer to qualification.
And then he'd have the horrible part. This is the part where, although it can get nervy and edgy, it's the part where it's in your own hands. It's still in your control. What wouldn't be in his
91.
control is the Colin Osborne Scott Taylor game, of which he would need a result. He'd need to see Colin Osborne get beat.
$100. 59.
Well, Jamie Hughes, after his early struggles on the doubles, where he was being plagued by missed darts at double 16 and double 8, since switching
100.
his attentions to double 20,
137.
I've seen Yozza with a checkout percentage of 75% in this match. 3 out of 4.
$64.
But Gurney now turning the screw.
124. Jamie require 137.
Yozza has a chance to wrap it up here. Finds the treble. Finds the treble for double 16.
121. Lewis
And a
require
match start.
90.
Comes and goes. Gurney. Double 15. Goes inside.
No score. Jamie requires 16.
And busts it as well. That wasn't the greatest idea in the world. Jamie Hughes now returning for double 8, an area of the board where he's really struggled so far tonight.
Game
But
shot and a
that
match.
will
Jamie
do
Hughes.
him nicely. Jamie Hughes now faces a nervous wait in our final match. But he gets the job done on his own terms here with a 4-1 win over Lewis Gurney, who can now no longer qualify. It's the end of the road for the 23-year-old from Sussex. But in our final match of tonight, Colin Osborne faces Scott Taylor.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler.
And it all comes down to the final game of the night. The final match of Group B, where Scott Taylor has already won the group, done and dusted. But for Colin Osborne, a win here sees him through to finals night. A defeat for the Wizard sees Jamie Hughes progress. So, for the next 15 minutes or so, Jamie Hughes is the world's biggest Scott Taylor fan.
How ironic that both groups have gone the same way as well. Bradley Roos in a similar situation earlier on today, stood in the back room
First
hoping
leg, it's Colin to the row first.
Tom Cromwell picked up 3
Game on.
legs, and he did in the opening 3. Drama-free in the end.
And Osborne has advantage of having the darts here. So,
140.
you could say it's very much his to lose.
108.
But that is exactly why Scott Taylor has won this ultra-competitive group.
And for Jamie Hughes sat in the back, if he was wondering
45.
how intense, how much focus, how much drive does Scott Taylor really have to go out and get the result, knowing he's already won this group, I think we saw in the
41.
opening 3 darts exactly what this result means to Scott Taylor.
Well, rumour has it Jamie Hughes is currently in the back and he's changed his West Midlands flights to that of Bolton Wanderers.
$96. $60.
So, levels your devils in the opening leg here after 9 darts. Colin contemplating a switch here. With the way
134.
that dart was lying in the board. And the switch is very fruitful.
$100. Colin, you
Taylor
require
electing
86.
not to switch. Leaves Shanghai. But Colin Osborne Now, needing the centre of the board.
61.
Double 8 now.
No score.
Wow.
Scott, you require 40.
It's all getting a little bit messy.
Game shot on the first leg. Scott Taylor.
Taylor tidies up in the end, but nerves are jangling.
Second leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on. $60.
It was a breaker throw. However, Taylor couldn't find a treble with his opening visit, whereas Osborne very much can.
140. $60. $48.
It's getting scrappy. The pressure should be off Taylor.
100.
He knows. He's through. Group winner.
See, and that's the thing, though, as well, where the selfish side of the player will suggest that, yes, the job is done, but you also know you're up there representing the hopes of somebody else, and you want to play it with the utmost integrity and give the player sat in the back the best
99.
opportunity as well. So, if anything, it becomes a harder game to play because you're playing it without the adrenaline to carry yourself through that selfishness brings out, but yet you're still expecting to produce
139.
your very best darts.
$134. Colin, you require 114.
So, Colin Osborne. Now, should go treble 18. It's not in. You had to check twice.
98.
Ask the question.
Scott, you require 48.
Well, Scott Taylor now eyeing up double 10 for a two-leg lead.
Game shot on the second leg. Scott Taylor.
Osborne's in trouble.
Third
Vital
leg.
leg,
It's Colin
got
to
to
the
hold
first.
here.
Game on.
Can't afford the double break in this short format. Especially with everything riding on it here for Osborne. Responding well.
125.
Meanwhile, Jamie Hughes watches on from the players' room in the back. Urging Scott Taylor on.
140.
Yozza has shared the stage all week with Colin Osborne. Going
100.
head to head in both Group A and B. And it's all come down to past 1 a.m. on Saturday
121.
to decide which one of these two men will make it to finals night.
57. Colin, you require 115.
Just a single, so 19s now.
59.
No need to panic, though, for the Wizard. Taylor well back on 284. And with another
80.
dart on the floor between Scott Taylor and Wes
Colin,
Newton
you
today.
require 56.
They've littered the floor. Tops now for Osborne. Nice enough marker.
Game shot on the third leg. Colin Osborne.
Target acquired. And Osborne gets off the mark.
Fourth leg. It's Scott to throw first.
And it's still
Game on.
very much game on.
134.
But here comes the wizard once again.
140.
Hammer and tong
51.
all the way through this group. But that could well be a telling moment. Or will it?
43.
Taylor can't take advantage.
$81. 63.
Well, the idea was solid. The execution almost there, but not quite. And Colin Osborne
108
with a perfect shot there. And with the Taylor response,
125. Colin, you require 60.
it's Osborne now that has a chance to bring us level. Tops.
$20. Scott, you require
They
84.
go too high. Line up the single now. One dart for
It's on the
tops, which is
fourth leg.
dispatched with
Scott
aplomb.
Taylor.
And Scott Taylor is one leg away from
Fifth
not
leg,
just
it's
winning the
Colin to
match,
row first.
but
Game
one
on.
leg away from sending Jamie Hughes through to finals night at the expense of that man there, Colin Osborne, who has it all to do.
140.
The experience, though, of Colin Osborne will be telling him he only needs one break. That's the situation.
6.
2 holds, 1 break, and he's through. You can make it sound a lot easier, can't you?
I was going to
It
say,
really
you make
is.
it sound so simple.
$137. $43.
Well, the first part of that trifecta you described might not be far away from being executed here. With the first
100.
hold of throw required, Osborne down to a finish after just 9 darts.
81. Colin, you
Taylor
require 124.
Can't make an impact in this leg. No, we'll stay there just to set it up.
84.
Taylor still in the 300s.
30. Colin, you require
He's
40.
barely made it out of them now. So Osborne with a holder throw needs
Game
double
shot on the
20,
fifth
and
leg.
there it
Colin
is.
Osborne. Sixth leg. It's
So-
Scott to throw first. Game on.
huge leg incoming now on the Taylor throw. Osborne
60.
must break.
Not a strong start there for Scott Taylor. This is what happens sometimes
76.
when you start to push, when you start to try and force the issue. You just start to have the darts go wayward. You don't keep them
100.
straight.
$125.
Osborne then.
57.
Has a real opening here to get that vital break of throw. If he finds it, he will have the darts in the deciding leg.
100.
The most edgy person right now will be Jamie Hughes because he's got no control over this. But he'll like what he's seeing here.
He would have thoroughly enjoyed that.
$140.
Colin
Stop, you
Osborne
require 104.
is on a 2-dart combination. And with Scott Taylor not being able to find a treble, we could be going all the way. Group B
68.
could be going
Colin, you
all the
require
way
60.
down to the final leg. Osborne, 20 for the double.
Game shot on the 6th
And
leg.
we are going
Colin
all the
Osborne.
way in Group B.
7 from final leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And as we mentioned earlier in this match, for the deciding leg, Osborne has the darts. It'll either be Osborne or Hughes joining Taylor and Warburton as the qualifiers from Group B.
140.
But Taylor
108. He
is determined to go out of Friday night with a bang here and show why he has won this group.
$83. $140.
Jamie Hughes can't watch. After 2 nights, 2 fantastic
60.
sessions of darts, the final qualification spot for finals night comes all the way down to
141.
the last leg of the night. And Scott Taylor could wrap it up with a 10-dart leg. Needs to utilise the bull here to leave a
48.
finish, which he
Scott, you
does
require
do.
40.
But Scott Taylor
Game shot.
finishes
and the match.
Group B
Scott
with
Taylor.
a 10-dart leg, and it's Jamie Hughes that joins Taylor and Mike Warburton as the qualifiers from Group B. Colin Osborne, gallant in defeat with a 95 average, but finals night is looming, and you could join us here.
And the Modus Super Series champions!
17, but he gets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
High pace is through.
Game shot and the match.
Well, what a Group B it has been. A real treat coming all the way down to not just the final game, but the final leg of the final game. But it is Jamie Hughes with that 4-1 win over Lewis Gurney, cementing his place with a helping hand from Scott Taylor in finals night. Taking a look at this group table, Matt Edgar alongside me. Wow, what a breathless couple of sessions Group B has been.
We've seen players qualify in the past with 6 points, so both Lewis Gurney and Colin Osborne may feel a little harshly treated to not be in qualification positions. But Scott Taylor has gone through the ringer tonight, hasn't he? Every single game so far this evening, and on the conclusion, should we say, all going the distance.
Yeah, it really was absolutely tremendous stuff. We can see the breakdown of this week. Stephen Johnston winning Group A, enjoying 2 days off. And earlier on this afternoon, we saw Tom Cromwell take out Group C with Bradley Roos also going through the mill to take that runner-up spot. And as we have confirmed there, Scott Taylor, Mike Warburton and Jamie Hughes joins them in finals night. And we can reveal the groups now. And let's take a look. So Group 1, Johnston, Warburton, Roos. 2, Taylor, Cromwell, Hughes. Matt, what do you think of those?
I think Group 1 is a real opportunity. All 3 players in that will really fancy their chances, where you'd feel like the 2 real big hitters there, Taylor and Jamie Hughes, find themselves in Group 2, and Cromwell was exceptional in Group C. So I think out of the 2, you'd rather be in Group 1.
Coming up next here on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV, it is the story of Bo Greaves. Also, we take a look at Luke Littler 1 year on, and also a look back at the International Pairs Finals night as well. And it's Finals night as well, where you can join us from 7:30 tomorrow night. You will not want to miss it. Thank you for your company this evening, and it's good night from the Modus Super Series.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Hand!